Yep, you got in first. I'm not expecting a gigantic turnout today, but let's get back on the pony. Yeah, we can hope people are going to show up. Yeah, if you guys are dropping in, feel free to say hey in the chat. Got about 4 minutes here. We get the show on the road. Is that Einer on Sorto? What's up? How you doing, man? Welcome. We're going to be doing edge retention testing on this guy right here. So in about 3 minutes, we're going to get it on the road. Feel free to stick around. Oh yeah, that came from Blade HQ. Just kidding, can you imagine? But yeah, what's everybody in here getting into today? And yeah, I was kind of banking on not being able to see the small print just to grab people's attention, basically. Hope, what's up? How you doing? But yeah, we got a Spyderco Maxima or a Spyderco Manix 2. Got a Spyderco Manix 2 and Maximet steel. So this knife with these aftermarket scales is like $400. Yeah, I think the knife by itself was something like, if you get the knife with factory scales, it's something like $250. And what we're doing here is we're doing edge retention testing. We're looking to see how much cardboard we can cut up before the edge of the knife is just completely wrecked. Which, this is some high-end steel, so I expect it to take a long-ass time. But besides doom scrolling on YouTube, what you getting into today? Oh, thank you for that. I appreciate it. But yeah, I was doing this every week, and then I kind of started going through some stuff and backed off for a while. So we're getting back on it today. And hopefully some of the regulars start showing up. I know they've been kind of left hanging for a couple of months now. Yep, come on. Zent, what's up? How you doing, man? Sorry I've been absent for a while. I've been going through some stuff. Finally in a better spot. And we are still working on trying to kill the Maximet on this thing. Dope. KO, what's up, brother? How you doing, man? Yeah, back on the live streams. Kind of expect a low turnout today, but that's all right. Oh no, I kind of figured it was going to be a Evil Twin. What's up? How you doing, man? I kind of figured numbers to be pretty low since I haven't streamed in so long. And regulars may not be showing up today because they don't expect a live stream yet. Yeah, so you guys, Aiden Miguel, what's up? How you doing, man? Yeah, I'm alive. Sorry, guys. I've been going through some stuff. Shit at work got real bad, and it totally fucked my mental health up, like catastrophically. So I've been kind of stepping back and taking a break. And I didn't want to half-ass everything I was doing, so I couldn't do anything but go home and sit and try to sleep, basically. Ashton, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome. Didn't quit. Just had to take a step back for a little while. No, we're still on the Maximet. We haven't killed it yet, so we're picking up where we left off. Hope, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Yeah, no, I didn't quit my job. I didn't quit my job, and it's not necessarily my boss's fault. The short version of a long story is I switched over to opening at work, which you guys know. But things have gotten so bad, and you know, a lot of that badness is on me. Unable to finish trucks, unable to keep the back room cleaned up. And around the cabin, what's up? How you doing? But every time we've gotten walked by our district manager or something like that, he walks into an absolute catastrophe in the back room. And I've been unable to get it and keep it under control no matter what we do. So I'm going to change shifts and let somebody else open for a while. And hello from Mr. Feet. Yeah, like I said, it's been brutal, but I've taken some steps to make my situation better. All right, KO, I appreciate you swinging by now, man, especially during your stream. But, well, the 15V handle doesn't have the compression lock on it. And y'all, the whole time I've been doing this, the whole time I've been gone, I've been staying on the same knife so that I can pick up where I left off and move on to the next one. So the truck is good. The car situation, we finally figured out what the hell's going on with it. So it's up at the shop waiting for parts. Jacqueline, what's up? How you doing? Chest Lights, what's up? How you doing? Chest Lights, we call that a high quality problem. That's a high quality problem to have. But yeah, so the wife's car, it wasn't a transmission issue, it turns out. The exhaust resonator is completely clogged up. The exhaust resonator is completely clogged up, so I had to order a new one on Amazon, and I'll take it up to the shop when it gets here, because that's gonna have us into that about $700, maybe a little bit more. Going through the dealership for that part would have brought the cost up to $2,300. 2,300 American dollars. Yeah, family's doing good around the cabin. But the resonator being clogged up explains why the gasket and the gasket that connects the what you call it, the exhaust manifold to the Mr. Stickbug. What's up, Zoe? What's up? How you doing? Why we blew that gasket out and why replacing the manifold and the gasket didn't work. Zoe, what we're doing here is we are doing edge retention testing. We're looking to see how long the steel on this knife can hold up to this cardboard before the edge is just totally fucked up. Man, it feels good to be back, you guys. Yeah, like I did some, I did some work with my psychiatric help, psychological help, and I've been working on improving my situation at work so that I'm not stuck where I was. And the thing that I'd be more pissed off about, with the car than I would otherwise is if I knew that was the resonator, I could have had that swapped out or had a friend of mine swap it out for way cheaper, but I didn't know. Well, no, according to the shop, the mechanic that looked at the car, he just took the resonator off and it started running great. It started running like it was supposed to again. So catalytic converter, I am hoping we don't have that issue, but if it just bolts in, I got a buddy of mine that'll swap it out for like $100, or at least should. But yeah, apparently he popped the resonator off. It took off and started running right. So I'm happy it can be diagnosed, especially with no check engine light or anything else going on. I'm happy it can be diagnosed. It just sucks. If I would have known that's what it was and would have known to check that, then like I said, I could have done it myself, or had my buddy take care of it off of a freshly ordered part. Listen, I'd be more pissed off about it, but when you don't know what's happening or how to fix it, that's why mechanics are there. And I don't think I ever would have narrowed it down to that. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised that didn't show up on I'm kind of surprised it didn't show up on a lot of forums. No, if I won that Mega Millions, there'd be signs. I wouldn't say shit to anybody about it, but there'd be signs. Mind's Mouth, what's going on? How you doing? We're trying to find out how much cardboard we can cut up before the edge is completely wrecked. So we're doing edge retention testing. This is what we normally do on our live streams. We're looking to see how much we can do. Maverick, you can just ask. You don't have to ask if you can ask. I don't know why people do that. And of course, the blade's getting warm, you guys. We just started. We just started about 15 minutes ago. But one thing, I ended up having blood work done to see if we could narrow down the problems we were having to something definitive. And my I would purchase a Cold Steel Recon one because it's cold steel, but I don't have one in hand to tell you more about it. But no new recent knife purchases. I've been looking around, but I haven't seen anything that grabbed me by the short and curlies. I take that back. I've got the Lander 5. I've got the NAF's Lander 5. I backed it on Kickstarter, so it's here, and I got to do my first video on it. But it turns out my vitamin D was at a 10, where it needed to be at like 50 or 60. So I've also been given those 50,000 IU vitamin D horse pills. Oh, wow. Yeah, like if I wanted a Recon 1, I would definitely be jumping on that if they have them on sale at a good price. If they're at a good price. Brighton Hicks, what's up? How you doing? We're not making anything. We're doing edge retention testing. We are trying to destroy the edge on this knife and seeing how long it takes. Yeah, they gave me those like 50,000 IU horse pills or 5,000 IU or whatever the hell they are. So between that and the change in medication that I take, yeah, Maverick, and I would definitely fish around for some more opinions. I'm certainly not the only voice here, but if it was me and I was looking at the Recon 1 and I wanted it, I'd buy it. Oh God, around the cabin, I can't keep doing Walmart blades. I just have it in me. Unless I got something that really jumps up and grabs me, I can't keep doing Walmart blades. I'm so tired of them. I'm so tired of Walmart blades. Maverick, we have got the Spyderco Manix 2 in Maximet Steel. And this thing's got some aftermarket scales on it, but I'm not sure exactly which ones. That's how I got it. Yeah, we've done 3CR13 to death. I'm not saying I won't do 3CR13 again just to have a live stream for you guys, but you got to remember, we got like 30 knives, something like that to get through. Pickaxe Pro Gaming, what's up? How you doing? Trox and Spade 7, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, I'm not doing a rock. Here's the thing. All right, we have done dozens and dozens of tests of knives so far, and they've all been done on cardboard. So what we need to do is keep doing cardboard. So we got a comparison. Freddie Lord, what's up? How you doing? Maximet steel. But we got to keep the testing media the same from knife to knife so that we have a fair thing to compare them to. God, I've still got that fucked up Condor knife to do with the 1095. Freddie Lord, thank you for the high five, man. High five right back at you. But yeah, we're doing this so we can compare it to the other knives that we've done so far. So we got to stay with the cardboard. And if I did a rock and killed it within 3 minutes, which that would probably take about 20 seconds. Yeah, Maximet is a very high-end steel. Maximet's a very high-end steel. So this should be really good on edge retention. We've already got, let's see, 3 hours of doing this on this knife. So we are into hour number 4. Yeah, Troxon, I get it. Like, I get a lot of suggestions for how to change up the testing, but we're going to stick with the cardboard because that's what we do around here. Oh, I don't know how hard it's going to be to sharpen, I'll be honest. And I don't know if I'm going to go back in on it again with the 17-degree edge unless it dies way faster than we think it will. And this was a gift from Aiden, if he was still here. Yeah, y'all hit that like button. Yeah, S35VN's a really good steel. S35VN is going to hold an edge for quite a while, but it's also a very tough steel. So you can really, really wail on that thing, and it's going to be just fine. And if it's got the triad lock on it, which I think it does, that lock can take 600 pounds of pressure pushing on the back of the blade. Or no, it'll take 300 pounds of pressure pushing on the back of the blade before it fails, minimum. Smiley Nation, what's up? How you doing, man? You're in the wrong place for religion. Yeah, so our first test on these is stock. Now the problem with this one is it's very high in steel and very high edge retention, but normally we'll test it factory and then we'll sharpen it to 17 degrees per side and go back in again on it a second time so that we have another fair comparison with the rest of the steels we've done. This one may take so damn long on the factory edge that we just don't have it in us for a second round. Yeah, like, I'm happy to help where I can. I normally don't like two-handed closes, but I do like the triad lock. Just because I know it's that tough and it can take that much of a beating. I'm trying to think, do I have anything down here with the triad lock? Yeah. So this is the Cold Steel 4 Max Scout, and it's got the triad lock on it. And the only reason that I'm not a big fan of, or the only reason I make an exception for the triad lock is I don't like two-handed closes, but I know this is really going to take care of me. You can close it and let it drop shut, but I've had it close and bounce off my finger before, so I'll just two-handed close it for the sake of safety. Troxon, Just do yourself a favor. Start on small knives. All right. If you're going to go into bladesmithing, start on small knives. Don't go over like a 2 or 3 inch blade when you're learning. Like when I first started, come here. When I started trying to make knives, I tried to make stuff that's this damn big, and it was a huge mistake because I didn't know what I was doing, and this thing is unsafe to use because it's full of cracks. Daniel Berry Sports Highlights, what's up? How you doing? Spydercos use a bunch of different closing mechanisms. Spydercos use a bunch of different closing mechanisms. This one is the ball bearing lock, which you see this right here. You pull back on it, and that lets it close. But I've got liner locks and I've got compression locks on my Joseph, what's up, man? Thank you for that. But I've got I've got the ball bearing lock on 2 of these. I've got the compression lock on 1 of them, and I've got a liner lock on another one. So how it closes depends on which lock you have. Yeah, Joseph, I was telling the guys, like, I just started going through some real heavy shit, and my mental health went down the toilet, so I had to step back for a while. Doing better now. Doing better now, but that was a fight. Aiden can probably tell you which scales he's got on here because he's the one that sent this into me. I appreciate that, Joseph. Yeah, shit got kind of dark for a while there. Like, it wasn't the darkest it's ever been, but it was bad. Yeah, so for those of y'all that don't know, say thanks to Aiden Miguel here. He's the one that sent this in as a gift for us to do this to. Brandon, thank you for the thumbs up, man. I appreciate it. But hopefully I'm in a good enough place with my mental health and everything where I can get back to doing regular videos and I can get back to doing my regular live streams. Because I've missed doing this and I felt real bad about not doing it, but I couldn't. Aiden, I think it was both. I know you sent this in there because you like to watch me suffer. And if this thing goes to 8 or 9 hours of retention testing, I'm definitely going to be tortured. Now, that being said, with the back of this knife being closed instead of open, it's so much better on my hand. No, it's not a blister device. If I get a blister off of this, I'll be amazed. I don't expect any blisters. The crewware is something that I've developed an interest in just from watching Dutch bushcraft knives and how much they like it. Yes, we did Magna Cut on the Hogue Deca. The Hogue Deca was a 9-hour session. Zoe, I appreciate it. You getting out of here? Thank you for dropping by. Well, personally, I like the MagnaCut. The MagnaCut's probably my favorite steel we've done so far, just because it lasted so long. Oh, I hate when it does that. Yeah, I know, and I don't know how directly related 15V is to 3V, but 3V was a grind. I forget exactly how long that took. I just remember it being a grind. Well, I mean, and that's the thing is like Bark River Crewware is, I believe, the one I've heard the most about, just from, again, Dutch bushcraft knives. Yeah, the one that I've been carrying while I've been gone has been the 15V, and I've been carrying it and using it as much as I need to every day. I feel like it could have been sharpened just to beat the factory edge, but it's still cutting just fine and doing what I need it to. The only caveat to that is once you get back here on the blade, back in here, it starts to get a little bit tough to push through cardboard. But I don't know how much of that is just the grind of the blade and how much of that's just the factory edge or the edge that it came with. I'm not sure. It was used. It was used when it came in, and I have no idea how used. Inverted, what's up? How you doing, man? Gotcha, man. I appreciate you dropping by. We're doing edge retention testing on Spyderco Manix 2 in Maximet steel. So we're going to be here a while. But yeah, if you like the vibe over at KO's, you're going to like it here. KO, welcome back. I'll tell you what's a bit of a bummer is not hearing anything out of Gin Knives for a while. One of us needs to check in and see if everything's okay over there, because I would have thought by now they'd at least have an update on the Rhino XL. I'd like to handle a Sabenza just to see what the hype's all about. Unless it's just the cost and exclusivity. Yeah, like I said, KO, one of us should reach out and just say, hey, how you guys doing? Or just say, hey, how's the Rhino coming along? KO, I don't want to pay for shipping just because it's going to be something that I've got to return. And I don't want to have to be on the hook for returning it. Yeah, I saw where you had that real beat up Sabenza, which that's a good score. I love shit like that. I love things that were nice and are beaten to hell and back. It's probably why I like old tools. Yeah, you should see the second one he got. My God, that thing is fucking jacked up. Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought you had that one in your hand. Gotcha, KO. How much was that? How much was that beat up piece of shit going for? Mikey's, what's up? Hi, Mikey S. What's up? How you doing, man? Please clarify, Mikey. I don't know what you're asking. Yeah, I don't think I'd pay $187.50 for something that beat up, even if it is high end. Like 40, 50 bucks, yeah, maybe, but pushing 200, no. Gotcha, Mikey. Well, welcome. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. No, these aren't OK knives. This is a Spyderco right here. It's Spyderco Manix 2 and Maximet steel. Inverted. Go to KO Knives' Instagram, and he's got pictures of it up there. That's why I thought that. That's why I thought it was his. I think this knife with these scales runs about 400 bucks, and then with factory scales it runs about 250. This is the lightweight version. So correction, I think the lightweight version on factory scales is about 200. Yeah, it's very, very nice steel. The Maximet is very, very nice steel. China Star, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome. Yeah, I mean, that being said, we're not even an hour into it today, but we are already getting close to 4 hours on this edge. Yeah, I've got the Sage in Rex 121, which the Rex 121 was definitely some weird stuff. Scarlett, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. Scarlett, I'm doing pretty good. First live stream in a while. I've missed doing this. So what we're doing, Scarlett, is we're doing edge retention testing. We're looking to see how much cardboard we can cut up before the edge on this knife is just completely fucking wrecked. And I'm hanging out with you guys while we're doing that. Yeah, inverted. Now you see why I said I'd pay maybe 40, 50 bucks for that and no more. But it looks like they tried to modify the Sabenza and just completely fucking borked it. Yeah, I said it really looks like someone tried to modify it and just failed hard. I'm wondering if they didn't know what it was. Yeah, Mikey, well, this may be broken up into multiple sessions. Like I said, we already had 3 hours on it by the time we started up today. So we are balls deep in hour number 4. We have got the vanilla bean ice cream and cinnamon Danish swirl mix tonight, or today. Like it's 5:30 in the morning here. which means in 15 minutes we get to take a look and see how the edge is holding up. So for those of y'all that are new here, we got the electronic edge sharpness tester, and we're looking for 600 on that thing before the edge is completely given up. Rhonda the Cat, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. So China Star, this is factory sharp, I think. This came in secondhand, and I don't know how heavily used it was. Aiden Miguel is in here. This was a gift from him, so he might be able to tell you how used it was before it got sent. Yeah, I bet you're broke. When the edge started, we were at a 185. So we were at a 185 when we started, which ain't the best, but we were in the 400s today when we started. So I'm hoping it stabilizes in the 400s and just keeps going and going. Speaking of which, KO, we finally figured out what's going on with the wife's car. And we're finally getting it fixed, which a lot of that is thanks to you guys. I will be broke shortly. The exhaust resonator was completely clogged up, which is what blew out the gasket that I replaced. And also, that's what caused it to not go over 20 miles an hour. Yo, what's up? How you doing? Actually, we got the Manix 2 lightweight in Maximet steel. No, not straight pipe. Yeah, I like this thing well enough. That being said, I'm not the world's biggest fan of the ball bearing lock. I will tell you that I'm not the world's biggest fan of the lock on this thing. But the car is at the mechanics, and I'm waiting on the parts to come in so I can take them up there to get replaced. Yeah, I love the scales on this thing. Like I'm definitely not terribly offended by anything on it. It's just the ball bearing lock I'm not the world's biggest fan of. But the price to get the part from the dealership and get it fixed was $2,300. The part on Amazon was $300. And Silver, what's up? How you doing? Scarlett, I appreciate the sub. So that's the scales right there. It feels great in the hand. This has felt great cutting for the whole time we've been doing this. But the part was $350. Installation is going to be about $250. I don't know it for diagnostics yet. I know they said they roll the diagnostic cost into the repairs when they do repairs, but I don't know, with me not going with factory parts from the dealership, whether or not we're still gonna be paying for the diagnostics. Yeah, so with me bringing the parts up, we're either going to be in like 600 or 700 bucks, and that is from the unfortunately from the YouTube fund, along with money I've been saving up. No, it's not that it's not smooth feeling. It's just it takes a bit of strength to pull it back, and it puts my hand in a weird position that I'm not a big fan of while I'm closing it. The spring is pretty strong on it. Like I said, it's not the worst lock I've used. It's still a one-handed close, but I prefer just a standard axis lock. It's not a bad lock. It's not a bad lock, just not my favorite. And it may be because I'm so used to standard axis lock that this is throwing me off a little bit. I'm not familiar with Golden Design Works. All right, Scarlett, we'll see you in a second. See, and this is where on the back third of the blade, I'm feeling a ton of resistance. Oh yeah, I kind of I think I kind of saw that on Instagram. Yeah, the ball lock, like I said, if the spring wasn't quite as strong, I'd probably be a little bit happier with it. We don't have much in the way of tape residue on it, but it's just like the 15V. You get back into that back third of the blade, and there's definitely some resistance on the cut. Ah, yes, tip up is the Lord's carry. No, my Lance Toasty with the cheddar. Artur, what's up? How you doing, man? Maverick, I have heard of MagnaCut, and I have tested MagnaCut, and I really like it. Or Knife a Lot. What's up? How you doing, man? But yeah, for those of y'all that don't know, KO Knives did the rendering on a knife that I designed, and he had a hand in kind of tweaking the design a little bit. So it's both of our design, basically, that we're supposed to have coming out with Gin Knives, but they've been radio silent for a while, so that may not actually be happening. Like, and I want to talk to him about it, but I don't want to seem like I'm being impatient or greedy, you know? Because I know the last time they reached out, they said they were having some problems. And of course, I got my emotional support caffeine for the morning. Paul, what's up? How you doing? Oh yeah, I definitely sleep. I just wake up around 2 a.m. for work every day, so sleeping in till 4 in the morning is sleeping in. Scarlett's back. Yeah, if you don't mind sharing, KO, how much is it going to cost to do that? Oh, wow. Yeah, that's going to be a long road. Atreyu, what's up? How you doing, man? I work in retail. I'm not going to get too far into it, but I work in retail. On the knife that me and KO designed together, we're looking at 9CR18. Oh, nice, Arthur. 4034, I'm not too familiar with. But, Sarah, what's up? How you doing? And Hoyt, what's up? How you doing? We are doing edge retention testing. We are looking to see how long it takes to dull it out. Yes, indeed. Okay, we are at 1 more hour. So we have finished off 4 hours of cutting with it. Yeah, the 9CR, it was looking at 9CR or D2. And 9CR is easier to sharpen and maintain than D2. And I've had a lot of bad D2 recently, so a little bit gun shy with that. Yeah, that 30K is kind of brutal. So we're still cutting, but it's definitely getting a little frazzled. Well, Sir Knife a lot. The thing with the design that I want to do, which is primarily my design, it's just KO helped render it, and he made some changes while he was doing it. Is want to keep the cost down to about $40. That's my goal with my design, is to keep the cost down around $40. So at $40, you get D2 or 9CR18. Basically, that's the top of the line for those, because I want it to be affordable for everybody that wants one. Oh, Sarah, were you asking how much the knife cost? If you want to get this knife, the Maximet Manix 2 lightweight is about $200 with the scales, factory scales. With these modified custom scales, it's like 400, something like that. 350. Hey, 486 center. Yeah, I've got some 1095 to test out, but the knife it's on is a piece of shit. Yeah, 486 is definitely not bad after 4 hours of cutting. So it's stabilized in the 400s, so we may get another 2 hours out of it. .423 front center. What is it? TRC, the Apocalypse? I think they do good 1095. All right, we're gonna let my hand rest for about 6 or 7 minutes. Yeah. No, China Star. We're gonna keep going until we get the 600s on the electronic edge tester, and then we're gonna sharpen it all the way back up to as sharp as I can get it at 17 degrees per side. So we'll be going up to 3000 grit, and then we're gonna drop to 0.1 microns. Triple X, what's up? How you doing? I think there's an Apocalypse in 1095, but I could be wrong. Oh God, yeah, they didn't have these when I was a kid. I think you had 440 stainless was kind of on the higher end. Saltine Nuts, what's up? How you doing? But yeah, if you're asking about cold steel, my favorite lock, my favorite cold steel lock is the Atlas lock. The Atlas lock can take like 600 pounds of pressure on the back of the blade, and it's a one-hand open and close. And of course, the Mayhem is one of my favorite knives of all time. You can see just how big this thing is. Let's see. Can I find it quickly? Ah, yes. The 1095 I have is this Condor Krakatoa. And this design is all fucked up. So with a thumb stud, With a thumb stud, it should be a one-handed open, but when you're trying to one-handed open it, the detent is way too strong, so when it breaks loose, it'll flop to about here, and it leaves your finger touching the edge, and I don't like that. Cash produced it. What's up? How you doing? Yeah, definitely not a bot here. Barbertson Lars, what's up? How you doing? I am totally real human. Let's do skateboards. But, so I bought this just for the 1095 so we can do this edge retention testing on it. And we have got a zero grind Scandi on this thing, so we'll be able to, or a Scandi with a, looks like a small secondary bevel. But yeah, it looks like a small secondary bevel on it. But we got a Scandi grind we can check out, and then we can do our 17 degrees per side on it. Yeah, Barbertson, you're talking about a fixed blade. The thing you're talking about is a fixed blade knife. Something like this right here, which this is a really cool piece. This one right here is a very cool piece. I'm so glad they sent it in for me to check out. So if I'm ever outdoors or camping, I know what I'm bringing with me. Come on. Which I'd like to go camping again, but I don't have the time for it unless See, Murdo, what's up? How you doing? There ain't nothing junk on this screen right now. Certainly not me. But yeah, that knife is from HX Outdoors. They make some really good stuff. That fixed blade is from HX Outdoors. They definitely make some good stuff. KO, that's way too much. That being said, I'm spending close to that much getting my car fixed, so. Yeah, like I said, that car, we're going to be about $700 into the fix, which I'll be honest, thank God I held off on getting it looked at until I had the money for it. But man, I wish I didn't have to spend that much on it. Like, I was hoping it was electronic. They could diagnose it and clear a code and it'd be fine. But you know what? I'll take the win. Yeah, y'all do me a favor. Hit that like button if you haven't yet. I'd greatly appreciate it. See, Murder, it's a 2006 Toyota RAV4, so a little bitty SUV. Nothing special. Definitely nothing special, but the resonator on the exhaust is totally clogged up. So I've got to get a new one put in. 1782, what's going on? How you doing, man? Yeah, somehow I doubt that was actually his address. But good call on that. We don't want to find out somebody got doxxed. That being said, I think this stream is a little bit too small and a little bit too tame for someone to actually get properly doxxed. Yeah, no, good call, KO. I didn't even realize that was an address until like his second message. So doxing is when you let out somebody's address or personal information online without their consent. Handy, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, I think what's providing all the resistance on the cut is you can kind of see here on the thumb hole where the plunge line goes through the thumb hole, and the plunge line is what's hitting the cardboard and causing the extra resistance. Come on. This one is not going to be fun to cut up. Is beef socks an inside joke that I'm not familiar with? Oh, okay, KO. So I was like, something about that don't sound right. Crystal Klein, what's up? How you doing? Oh. Well, we don't have doxing issues here, Scarlett. Like, that's not an issue. Like, that was the first time somebody came in here with something like that, and we don't even know if that was an actual real address. Someone could be coming into chats, trying to speed run getting banned. Is that Figio X Edits? What's up? How you doing? We have got the Spyderco Manix 2 lightweight in Maximet steel. I'm not super respectful when someone comes in here trying to get speed banned, because it's not like it helps me for content at all. Mike Daly, what's up? How you doing? So if you get the Spyderco, Manix 2 lightweight in Maximet with factory scales, I think, and KO Knives would know more than I do because this was a gift. I didn't buy it myself. But I think they're right around 200 bucks. And then the scales on this, the AWT scales, are another 150 bucks, maybe 100 bucks. Well, someone may be live streaming themselves trying to get speed banned, which I didn't even think about that. Like, that's not something that occurred to me. Okay, like 80 bucks on the scales. Like I said, like, this thing was a gift, so I don't really, Kyle Heck, what's up? How you doing, man? Y'all see how wrinkled and fucked up this is? This is going to be so hard to do. Ah, Evil Twin. Ethan Kate, what's up? How you doing, man? Yeah, Kyle, we haven't had the sock game kick off yet. Hindi, I got donut socks that go with the channel. So for you, those of y'all that don't know the sock game, for $2 I'll put my socks on. For the next $2 I'll take them back off. It's just a good way to get a laugh and help support the channel a little bit. Damn, Arthur is doxing Elmo. What the hell, man? Yeah, the sock game kind of started organically and it was funny as hell. So now it's just a thing which doesn't happen very often, but when it does, it's funny. Yeah, I'd sing along, but I don't want to get content mashed. I still find it funny. I believe it was Herman Lee from Dragon Force got a copyright strike for playing his own music. Yeah, I think it was him. I think he was live streaming, you know, shredding on his guitar, and he played some Dragon Force and got a copyright strike for it. Yeah, I don't know, Scarlett, but I mean, he probably played it right. Yeah, Kyle, it's been a couple of months since I've done a live stream or done any videos. Shit just took a weird turn. Been going through a lot with work and everything else. So I haven't been collecting or buying or doing anything, and I've still got that huge box of shit to go through. Thankfully, no one reached out to me to send anything in for me to look at. It just kind of all hit at once, and I wound up taking a break without Darshay. What's up? How you doing, man? But kind of unexpectedly, I wound up taking a break. I didn't realize that. I didn't plan on it. It's just I wound up being unable to come down here and do anything. Yeah, well, I mean, Jen may still be working on our design. We just haven't really heard from him in a long time. We hadn't heard anything from him in a long time before they checked in with us. So there's no telling. Hey, Jason, we got Texas in the house. What's up, man? How you doing? Freebasing Llama, what's up? How you doing? Like I said, like, I want to reach out to him, but I also don't want to seem greedy or impatient. Yeah, not doing that cut. Fuck that. Jason, what we're doing is we are doing edge retention testing. We're looking to see how much cardboard we can cut up before the edge on this thing is just completely fucked up. Yeah, I probably will just drop them a note. Just, hey, how you guys doing over there? Because like they didn't just have my design that they were working on, but they also had the Rhino XL that they were working on, and I'm not sure what happened with that. I know they were having production issues the last time they checked in. So hopefully they're not like on the cusp of shutting down or something like that, because at one point I damn near had a line of my e-liquid in shops with Papa Bear, a company called Papa Bear. And they went under as soon as they got a bunch of samples of my stuff, and they were talking about they wanted to run I think like 8 of them or something like that, like 6 or 8 different mixes that I had. They went under the second they sent me the message, hey, we're definitely interested in this batch right here. Ethan, like I said, we're doing edge retention testing. We're trying to see how much cardboard we can cut up before the edge on this is just completely fucked. Yeah, it kind of sucked too, because like I would have loved to have had my own line of e-liquid in shops just to say I did it and make a little bit extra money. But yeah, and I didn't find out about that. Like my point of contact with the company just went dead silent out of nowhere. Well, like the idea I had for it was to make the label on the bottle look like those "My Name Is" stickers. So it'd be like, my name is Raise the Roof, or my name is Godzilla, my name is Mothra, just stuff like that. But my favorite recipe is probably one that I call Raise the Roof. It's a vanilla bean ice cream and cinnamon Danish swirl mix, which is really fucking good. It's nice and mellow, and it tastes great. Yeah, and now you got to jump through so many hoops to get a line started, and I'd have to, because like they were going to license my recipes, so it was hands off for me. They were just going to pay me to use the recipes. Which would have been nice. That way I could make a few extra bucks and just passive income. Because I know there were guys out there that made quite a bit of passive income and made a decent living mixing and selling their own e-liquid. But yeah, that just didn't happen for me. Yeah, I've got one that I make. It's another favorite of mine. It tastes just like Lucky Charms. Like, I nailed that one. Billy Jeans, what's up? How you doing? Come on. We're doing this for science. Take that, science, you son of a bitch. I know where my fingers are in relation to the blade at all times. Trust me. Last thing I want is to cut myself, especially pushing this hard. Trust me, like I said, I know where my fingers are in relation to the blade at all times. Yeah, y'all don't jinx me now. Y'all don't jinx me. Oh God, yeah. Yeah, there's no way I would do something stupid with an avocado. I'm buying I hate avocado. I'm never going to buy one, but if I had to do something with one, I'd be using one of those fucking shitty plastic tools before I started playing games. Inverted, have a good one, man. I appreciate you dropping by. Oh. Yeah, we get a lot of people that like hearing the cardboard get cut up. X Ruby, what's going on? Fried Doggo, what's up? How you doing? ASMR isn't necessarily the intent of doing this, but it's a side effect. KO, honestly, I don't remember. Like, my views just kind of dropped through the bottom of the toilet for a little while. They came back up. They dropped through the bottom of the toilet. They came back up. Hey, Truth One, what's up? Wrong place for religion. Oh, damn, Kyle, I can't even imagine how much that had to hurt. And how much that has to hurt now. Like, I broke my wrist, and I know how insanely frustrating that was to deal with. I can't even imagine it being an elbow. Cody, I'll write your name on the box for $5. Brando, what's up? How you doing? Zothred, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, Brando, I was going through some shit, man. Going through some shit and just couldn't bring myself to come down here and do anything. Videos, live streams, nothing, dude. It was bad. It's not the worst it's ever been, not by a long shot, but it was still bad. Yeah, you got no idea how many people come in here. It's my birthday for the attention. Cody, we are doing edge retention testing. Brando, that fucking sucks. I'm sorry, man. But we're looking to see how much cardboard we can cut up before the edge of this knife is just completely fucking wrecked. We are 4.5 hours in on it. Miles, what's up? How you doing? Danny Grant, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, that's our joke, Danny, is I cut up the cardboard to make vegan bacon for a family of homeless orphans that I know. I dropped by their house and their parents say they can eat as much as they want before I take it to get recycled. Move OTX, what's up? How you doing, man? Yeah, I was going through some shit. It kind of hit all at once, and I couldn't bring myself down here to do shit, dude. Like, it was bad. Not the worst it's ever been, but I was in bad shape. Brando, have you tried don't doing that? Sage Johnson, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, Mubo, I'm hanging in there. Like, I'm doing better now, but my God, that got bad. Gwen, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. Gwen, we're not making a jellyfish. We are doing edge retention testing. We're trying to find out how much cardboard this thing can cut up before the edge is completely fucking wrecked. Gwen, thanks for the 100. I appreciate the gift. Thank you so much. Which Brando, speaking of, or not speaking of, we figured out what's going on with the wife's car finally, and we're finally getting it fixed. Yeah, I've been feeling bad about not doing anything for a while. Like, feeling real bad about it, but I couldn't. You know, this is kind of why I have no compunction or no issues talking about mental health. Because I go through it often enough that, you know, I feel like I'm kind of obligated to open it up and be, you know, honest with everybody about it. And try to do my part to help make it easier to talk about freely. Yeah, it's just shit at work got super bad, and it was like, really, Josh, what's up? How you doing? Shit at work got real bad, and it was kind of fucking up my mental health across the board. Like, it was fucking up everything. Like, sitting in the truck hyperventilating before work, being miserable the whole day I was there, going home miserable, and then staying miserable thinking about going back the next day. Yeah, Yeah, Danny. We got the sock game going on. For $2, I'll put my socks on, and then for $2 more, I'll take them back off. It's not the pair of 3. It's the Manix 2 lightweight with the Maximet steel on it. It's the same thing we were doing a couple of months ago. It's just we never finished it off. No, I take it pretty seriously, and I got a medication change, and I found out my vitamin D was catastrophically low. So I've dealt with both of those things, and I'm doing better now. What do you mean the witch's car? No, the resonator on the exhaust is totally clogged up, which is why there was no check engine light. That's what blew out the seal that I tried to replace twice. All of it. I was like, what the hell? Why is she going under the bus? She didn't do anything. Yeah, I got the prescription vitamin D horse pills. They're like 50,000 IUs, which is a lot apparently. So I got to take those once a week, which seems to be helping. Yeah, well, my vitamin D was at a 10, where it's supposed to be at like 50 or 60, according to my blood work. Somehow, by some strange miracle, I'm not diabetic. Cholesterol is a little bit high, nothing too scary, which is crazy, because my diet is fucking garbage. All right, KO, man, I appreciate you, brother. Thanks for being here, man. KO, I appreciate the 100, brother. Thank you so much. Yeah, you're leaving on a high note. We have got the Spyderco Manix 2 lightweight and Maximet steel. It's the same thing we were doing on the last live stream a couple months ago. We just never finished it off. Oh, Kyle. Holy cow, why are you asking questions like that? Kyle, because it's you. Our normal rules are they're either on or off, none of this bullshit, but for you, we'll do this one time. Okay, one sock, half on. Nah, Zin, I was just going through some shit, man. That's only for Kyle because he's been doing the sock game for longer than anybody else, pretty much. And we're doing this just one time. Because the rules are they're both on or they're both off because this gets real uncomfortable. Yeah, no, Kyle has provided the channel a lot of support. Damn, Brando. Like, I'm not sure what to tell you about that, except you're probably going to have to really, really go in on it. You may just have to remove more material than you realize. Yeah, Sir Knife a lot. Like, we haven't really done that much to it yet. I think I just paper cut my knuckle. Man, that was a bad one. Trust me, Arthur, I am munching while I go. The Pip-Boy sticker was a gift from a friend. That was a gift from a friend of the channel whenever I bought also, what's up, Oscar? I bought some what do you call it? Stropping emulsion from a friend, and she sent that along with it. Nah, Kyle, they got the cheese on them. You know, I still never found the whole ass sheet of batteries that I got for the no, Sir Knife a lot. This is Maximet. But no, that whole sheet of batteries. I've got a couple of dozen batteries for the fucking farting action figures. I still can't find that sheet of batteries, and I forgot to buy more. And the peanut butter's fine, but it's just not for, it's not my first choice. But yeah, Sir Knife a lot. I don't have anything against Spyderco outside of the fact that they are definitely overpriced. Yeah, Brando hates Spyderco. I think I may have used up all of my small boxes. This might be the last one. Like, I don't mind a finger choil. You know, it's kind of one of those things where there's not a lot that really bothers me too much. you know, tip down carry, and just generally like a bad design. Yeah, Kyle, I still want my zero tolerance CTO 350. What happened there? I'm being greedy. Yeah, it's like the Spyderco Tenacious is like 65 bucks. Like, that is really overcharging. Like 8CR13 for 65 bucks. They are really, really overcharging it. Yeah, I don't know about pawn shops around y'all. I know KO seems to find pretty good deals at the pawn shops near him. But the last one I dropped by, they had fucking beat to hell Harbor Freight tools for full retail price. Like, everything in that shop was full retail, and it was beat to hell and back. It's like, bro, this ain't the move, Chief. Yeah, I wish Punisher could drop by on these streams. Now, that being said, the live stream, the time of day they're happening is fixing to change. I think I'm fixing to go to mids instead of opening. So I should be able to stream later in the day and get a lot of my regulars back. But yeah, working mids, we'll put the live streams later in the day when they happen instead of first thing in the morning, because that's when I have to actually have to be awake and stay on my work schedule. I hate when that happens. Yeah, so they should be more later in the morning into the afternoon streams. We'll just have to see how it plays out whenever we get there. All I know is I'm looking forward to not having to open anymore. Oh, come on. And yeah, the spot where my callus went away is starting to get real sore. China Star, what's up? We haven't made it past 550 yet, but in about a minute here, we're going to stop and check. All right, let's get this panel finished off. Ray, what's up? How you doing, man? We are on Maximit. All right. We are now done with hour number 5. Let's clean this thing off. Yeah, Ray, I haven't done a live stream in a couple of months, so we've been picking up where we left off on this on the last live stream. So we are 5 hours in on the cutting so far. No, I carried a single knife the whole time. Well, I haven't messed with PM60 before, but no. So I carried the 15V version of this the whole time I was gone. Um, I didn't want to say carry a whole bunch of shit and then have a ton of videos where I couldn't remember the details to catch up on. And the only new knife that's come in is the Naps Lander 5. Okay, now we got to investigate. But yeah, China Star, we're more on the budget end here. Like, this is more of a budget knife channel. The only reason we have this knife to test out is it was a gift from Aiden Miguel. Yeah, like, well, the thing is it's dropped. It was at 486. And we're pulling 366, 399, 419. So I may just not be able to find the worst spot. Or we had a bit of an aberration on the last test. All right, we're going to take a couple of minutes. And if I remember right, the carbides on the Maximet do stick out a little bit. Oh yeah, KO Knives used to strop exclusively on cardboard. He wouldn't strop with any kind of material on the cardboard, just bare cardboard. We're going to give it a few minutes for my hand to rest, and then we're going to get back into it. No, Brando, I haven't seen any new 704 gears, but yeah, I'm not surprised. Like, he seems to be a little bit of a busy guy. Mm. Mm. Yeah, Brando, I like the fact that he's dropping stuff that's in the budget range. Because like China Star, this is a budget channel. Like almost everything that we look at is 50 bucks or less. So like this right here was a gift. That's the only reason we have it, and that's because the guy that sent it wanted to watch me suffer through the edge retention testing on it. But I think Maximet has carbides similar to Rex 121. Um, I think it's got carbides similar to Rex 121, just smaller. So that would be why it's self-sharpening basically. And we haven't done the 15V yet, so I don't have a comparison for you. Yeah, I'd love for 704 Gear to reach out to me and ask me to take a look at some stuff for him, but that hadn't happened. So I've got the one 704 Gear knife. I think it's the Urban Ranger Light. Yeah, I've got the Urban Ranger Light to check out at some point. Oh boy. Yeah, and the Lander 5 that came in, I got that for 25 bucks because I backed it on Kickstarter. Yeah, I think the next one I'm going to carry though is one that I've been wanting to carry since I got it. Is I've been wanting to carry the Best Tekman Cicadas wing. So I think this will be the next one in the rotation. Sasha Takashi, what's going on? Takahashi, there we are. I am normally awake. It is 7 o'clock here. It's later in the morning where I'm at. But yeah, I believe this is going to be the next one I carry. Yeah, and I like the fact that they did the clear handles on it. Like, this thing was an instant grab for me at Blade Show. Favorite budget knife of this year? No, I don't have any ballast songs, Makana. Like, I don't feel like putting myself through that. Benjamins, what's up? How you doing? Favorite budget knife of the year? That I don't know. I picked up a lot of budget knives at Blade Show, but I'm not sure which one's my favorite because I haven't had a chance to really carry them and play with them yet. I doubt it's Cerakote. I highly doubt it's Cerakote. All right, 2 more minutes and we're getting back in. Oh. No quarter 304. What's up? How you doing? No quarter. Do you make knives? Recommend for a daily carry that is versatile and affordable. Puh. Oh, nice, no quarter. So are you talking about like handmade custom knives, or are you talking about stuff like 704 gear where they are production runs? Because like one of my favorite budget knives is the Jin Rhino. They're real affordable. They're on Usurpant. $2. Put socks on. But yeah, like that one is a kit that you put together, which is a lot of fun. But if you're near a Walmart, the Mini Praxis and the Werdig, the Civivi Mini Praxis is a really good choice, and the Swiss Tech Werdig is also a very good choice. If only there was some way of knowing if somebody liked the Werdig. All right, T minus 1 minute, and we're getting back into this. All right, here we go. Ah, really cool. Really cool, no quarter. Yeah, I tried making knives. I love you, USA. What's up? But yeah, I tried making knives, but I did them. I did the thing you're not supposed to do. If I could only have one knife, what would it be? It would be the Devo Knives Growler. That is one of my all-time favorites, hands down. That is like the best EDC all-around daily carry that I've had. But no, like before I knew what I was doing, I was trying to make shit like this, and I didn't know what I was doing, so the steel on this is just slammed full of cracks. Very unsafe to use. But I did cut the skin off of a bowling ball and use that for the scales on this. I'm real proud of that. That is the skin from a bowling ball. Instead of starting small. And somewhere over here, like I've got this Damascus Kiridashi that I made. That is 14 layer lazy twist Damascus, which I absolutely love. And then somewhere over here, I've got a 90 some odd layer raindrop Damascus that I made, and the Damascus delaminated down the center of the back. It delaminated this way down the center of the back where I can't fix it. So sad about that. Yeah, no, the Growler wasn't very expensive. I've got a prototype of the Growler. I got a Growler prototype that I spent $100 on, and then I've got a production Growler in 154 cm that I spent $100 on at Blade Show this year. Because they had a Growler sitting out on the table, and I missed out on being able to buy the Growler online. I saw that, and I was like, "Hey, Kevin, how much for the Growler?" $100. Sold. And then there's I've got a prototype for the Growler XL, but I haven't heard anything about that being produced or sold yet. But I bought a prototype of the Growler XL. Yeah, the Devo Fireball was also like 200 something, 230, 240 bucks. I got a prototype of the Fireball and a production Fireball. Good seeing you, Kyle, man. I hope you're doing good. Hey, help me take this sock off or put the other one on, dude. Don't leave me hanging like this. Oh, yeah, what's up? How you doing? Oh. Billy Blanco, what's up? How you doing, man? Ah, Kyle, you son of a bitch. Billy, I'm doing good, man. Doing a live stream again finally. I've been absent for a couple of months, getting to hang out with you guys. I'm doing pretty good. Brando, thank you for that. Oh, man. I don't know if you were here for that, but Kyle had one sock on the left foot halfway on, which is against the rules, but I let him have it. Come on. Yeah, it was annoying as hell. Like, you know, the rule is both socks on or both socks off. That way I don't wind up in that miserable ass spot, but I don't think Kyle was there whenever we put that rule in place. Because when it got to like one sock off, one shoe on, it got way too annoying and way too frustrating. But Brando, you're doing the Lord's work. Yeah, like I will get something. Oh, China Star, it takes no time at all. I work retail, so it takes me no time whatsoever. I just got to ask for a huge stack of cardboard to take home with me and I'm good. Yeah, Arthur. Heyo. Yeah, I really wish we had someone that knew a lot more than I do about this steel here. Because I want to find out if the carbides that are in the steel do the same thing that the carbides in Rex 121 did. Yeah, we may be just staying on smooth cuts forever here. SC, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, we're doing it uniform enough, man. We're doing it uniform enough, brother. Trust me, we're not using this stuff for anything afterwards. It's getting recycled. So it don't matter. Yeah, well, I mean, we're putting this through a pretty unrealistic use case. Yeah, my Rex 121, we never actually got to finish it. SC, it may be hard to believe, but it takes me less effort to recycle this than it does to throw it in a landfill. Special surprise. Pizza time. Neilio, what's up? How you doing, man? Braxton, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, we were overdue for a live stream, you guys. Neilio, I'm doing good. I'm doing good, man. But no, pizza vape juice would be awful. Like, I've got some concentrate for bacon flavored e-juice that tastes terrible. Like, it starts off tasting okay, but it fucks your coils up. And it's only good for about the first 3 or 4 hits, and then you're done. Oh, nice, Braxton. Yeah, I definitely was not cut out for the military. Like, as much as I wanted to go into the military when I was a kid, that got ruined. We have got the Spyderco Manix 2 lightweight. We got Maximet steel. This is the same one we were using a couple of months ago during the last live stream. We just didn't get to finish it off. Oh, that's done. $19.77. What is up? How you doing, man? Wondering where you were. Gwen, what's up? Kansas Freeman, what's up? How you doing? I've got a Lightning OTF, which is just a knockoff of the Microtech Scarab. And then I got a Schrade Viper, which is a single action OTF and kind of sucks. Gotcha, 77. Yeah, I tell you what, man. I don't like Kershaw's budget knives, much like I don't like Gerber's budget knives. But I haven't handled their nicer stuff, so my opinion is just based off the cheap stuff. And their budget knives are just fucking trash for the amount of money that you got to spend on them. Like, even at 13 bucks, they're still trash. Archer, I don't know, man. Like, you know me. You know me. We stick to the budget stuff, and a lot of times I'm way behind on the usually way behind on launches and stuff like that. Gwen, thank you for the 100. Thank you for the gift. Gwen, thank you for the gift again. What happened with your pocket clip there, Kansas? Did it bend out of shape? Yeah, but the prototypes are all old ones. I think, what is it? My Concept Cryo prototype, maybe something to keep an eye out for. But I don't know much about what's current. You know, like I said, I've been out of the game for a couple of months now. I'm just now getting back into the swing of things. So there's a fair amount that I missed. Oh, damn, Kansas, that sucks. Like, losing a pocket clip sucks. As far as I know, we are on a factory edge. This one came as a gift from Aiden Miguel. So I'm not sure how heavily used it was before he sent it. But no, I have not sharpened it yet. Yeah, I want a nice OTF, but given the complexity and everything else, if I'm going to buy an OTF, oh, nice. You got it at the BX? or the PX, but I'm not gonna spend I'm not gonna buy a cheap OTF. I've got the Lightning OTF, which is good enough, but again, with the low budget steel and the fact that it's a knockoff of another knife, you know, I can't do it. Yeah, well, I worked on an Air Force Reserve base for a few years there. Kind of missed that job, but they had the BX there, which I wasn't allowed to use since I wasn't active or retired military. I don't know if I'm going Microtech. I believe Microtech is the one where if you sharpen it yourself, you void the warranty. And I'm not about to send a knife in for a full spa day just to get it sharpened. So it may not be Microtech. Like I said, I could be wrong. I may not have the right company, but I'm pretty sure Microtech's the one where you void your warranty sharpening it yourself. Oh. Yeah, and like buck knives, they make a nice knife. However, for the materials that you're getting, they overcharge. Sorry, but the kind of money you're paying for a 420 series steel, that's just too much for me. Just trust me, I saw the buck 110 automatic and I really wanted one. And then it's like, for that kind of price with the kind of steel you're getting, I can't do it. I don't know. I've got a Buck Knives 110 made in 1980, and it definitely did not hold an edge too terribly long with this kind of testing. Oh yeah, I mean that's one thing buck is known for is how good their heat treatment is. Um, you know, when we're talking the 440, the 440 stainless they used to use is a very, very old steel with a very, very old heat treatment on it. So it's probably not indicative of the modern steel on a modern buck, because again, it was made in 1980. Yeah, like I said, it's again, buck makes a nice knife. The craftsmanship is there, the build quality is there. It's just not for me. Milky, what's up? How you doing? Thank you for the gift. Gwen, thank you for the gift. I was gonna say, yeah, like I said, it's not that I hate buck. I don't hate buck knives. Um, you know, and I think there's a reason that the Buck 110 is one of the most cloned knives on the planet. I said I don't hate buck. If someone gave me one, I wouldn't be too upset. We did another one and the scores dropped a little bit. We dropped a little bit down into the $419, $399, $366. We did that about, oh, what, 35 minutes ago. Louie, what's up? How you doing, man? I don't even think the steel sucks that much. I'm going to be honest. You know, I feel like a 110 with their 420 series steel should be about 55, 60 bucks. Something like that. Not pushing, the last time I looked, something like 110, I think it was. Like, no, that's too much. Gwen, I only got one piece of cardboard. I keep gluing it back together and using it again. Okay. Yeah, then maybe I was looking at Buck's website where, you know, manufacturers have what you call it, way higher prices than retail. We got Maximet, Louis. We got Maximet. So we've been at this for 5.5 hours, a little bit more. Yeah, I will say, like, a lot of, and I don't get it, a lot of manufacturers on their website, you know, the full price on the manufacturer's website is like $50 or $60 more, sometimes double what they actually sell for at various retailers like Blade HQ and Knife Center. And Hoyt, what's going on? How you doing? It's some good steel. Louis, we'll see if it cuts paper shortly. Just hang out for a few minutes. Yeah, I know there are a few companies, and I can't remember which ones, where if you sell below MSRP, you can lose your contract with the company to be able to sell them. Yeah, Gwen, I got that sticker there to get people's attention. Yeah, I'm trying to remember who it was. It might have been Benchmade. but somebody got caught selling knives below MSRP. I think they were trying to get them out of the store, and they lost their the ability to sell or to buy knives to sell from whoever it was. It might have been Benchmade. Yeah, it was Benchmade. I think, because what was it? A gun store that also sold knives that was trying to clear out some Benchmades, and Benchmade found out they were selling below MSRP and fucking wrecked them. Like, that kind of anti-consumer bullshit is bullshit. Yeah, I bought a bug out CF Elite back when I could get one for 140 bucks. Buddy of mine bought me the Benchmade bug out with the M390 and the aluminum scales. But it's not like I plan on going out and buying more Benchmades. And then another friend of mine gifted me a Benchmade Mini Bedlam, which that is a weird, not comfortable design. Yeah, I'm not sure Nintendo hates their customers. They just hate emulators. Which you can't really ding them for that, but if you're going to hate on emulators, at least make the stuff that people emulate available. Which they are putting a lot of NES stuff out for the Switch, which is good. But then again, I like Nintendo. Yeah, 140 bucks for my bug out was like the absolute most I was willing to spend on it. And apparently I caught it at the right time, because the last time I looked, they were pushing like 180 bucks, which, yeah, it's a little too much. Yeah, no, you're not wrong about that. You're not wrong about that, Braxton. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. No, Nintendo sucks in that regard. Harvey, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, Nintendo sucks in that regard, and I expect their goons to be at my door any second now for saying that. Harvey, I've been doing okay, man. I've been doing okay. I've missed doing live streams, and I'm happy to be back doing them again. China Star, it wasn't the Persian style blade. Really, more than anything, it was the real fucked up grip you had to use to close it with the axis lock one-handed. That was a real messed up grip. And a lot of it boils down to the fact that the handle's banana shaped, and the only place you can grip it is like way, way out here. And it's just not comfortable to close one-handed. Yeah, I love my Switch. Don't get me wrong. I love my Switch. I think they made a great piece of hardware there. Yes, these are AWT scales on the Manix. And Louis, what we're doing here is edge retention testing, which we're on Maximet. So I wish I knew more about Maximet, but I think this is similar to Rex 121, where the more you wear the edge out, the more you expose carbides. So the more it becomes like micro serrated. Holy shit, Harvey. Yeah. Yeah, that's the one thing that I also don't like about Nintendo. I just wasn't even thinking about that whenever it got mentioned. Oh, I absolutely loved COD World War II. I played the shit out of that. The only problem I have with Call of Duty World War II is towards the end there, and I don't know why, but the faster your internet connection is, the worse the hit detection got. So I can be standing right in front of you and mag dump a submachine gun, and it would take half the clip before I got a hit on it. And this was with me playing constantly and getting as good as I've ever been. And I was, you know, running good solid KDs. I was running good solid KDs, 2 O's and 3 O's. But all of a sudden, out of nowhere, yeah, I forget where I topped out at World War II. But I was playing constantly. And I tell you what, I really hate the Carrington map. And the other thing that happened is not just that, but you had a lot of assholes that didn't know what they were doing. So you'd get killed and you'd spawn in and you're trying to make it across the map. Best edits, what's up? How you doing? And you make it through the guys that are camping on the spawn points. And then one of your teammates runs all the way up into the enemy spawn point and flips it on you while you're in the middle of the map. So next thing you know, you got the entire enemy team coming in at you. And you die, you respawn, you make it through all the spawn point campers. And then the spawn point flips on you and you're back to getting shot in the back by the entire enemy team. And it's just like, bro, this has got to stop. Now, World War II zombies. World War II zombies. That first, the first one, the first zombies on World War II. Fucking loved that. Fucking loved it. Like, I got good enough at that I was helping carry people to get their hats on there, like, constantly. I get tired of PvP and I'd go into zombies and just pull some randos through there and get them their hat. Yeah, well, I mean, I wound up playing shooters online because some friends of mine from before my divorce were online playing Destiny. And, in order to hang out with them online, I had to jump in and run online PvP and learn how to play a shooter. And I'm still not great at shooters. I'm pretty medium trash. I'm real bad now that I'm out of practice. But at least I got to where I was decent at it. And I can probably get those skills back if I played online shooters again for a while. We're just going until it fails. Ground Fog, what's up, Louis? We're just going until it fails. Like, you see how many cuts I'm making while I'm talking? There's no way I could keep track of the count on this. Especially not since we're on, we're into our 6th hour. Yeah, 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hour, 4 hour, 5 hour. We've done 5 hours on this. We're almost done with hour number 6. There's no way in hell I could keep count of all the cuts we're making. Now, when I do the follow-up video for this, I'll show you the size of the pile of cardboard it made, so at least you got some frame of reference. No, I have not played Tomb Raider or Rise of the Tomb Raider. What I'm playing right now when I am on my Switch is the new Katamari game. Which I love me some Katamari, but I don't have the attention span to play for more than about 20 minutes at a time. But it's a great pick up and play game and then put back down when you're ready to stop. Yeah, I mean, with the Maximat, I assumed at least 6 hours. but the way this is performing, it's probably going a lot longer. I don't know how many hours of live stream I have. No, I know Tomb Raider isn't on Switch. I know it's not on Switch. I've got PS4, PS5, Xbox One. It's not that I can't play Tomb Raider, it's just I haven't been that interested. The modded GTR, thank you for that, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, Louie, unfortunately, when we do our testing here, we run it to completely dull, like completely fucking shit mixed, to the point of failure. Yeah, like I said, I don't have the attention span to play games where I've got really long, grindy sessions. Thank you for the party hat, man. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. But again, that's part of why I'm playing the new Katamari. I love Katamari Damacy. Once Upon a Katamari is like a bigger version of Katamari Damacy, basically, from what I can tell. I'm having fun with that when I do play, but it's real short sessions. Well, I appreciate the kind words, the modded GTR. Yeah, like I said, Brando, is just haven't been that interested in it. However, I am happy for you that you found it. Silly Straw, what's going on? How you doing, man? Been a minute. Yeah, God of War Ragnarok definitely looked good. You know, it's just, again, I haven't, trust me, Silly Straw, it's been a couple months since I've done a live stream. I've been, going through it. But, yeah, it's, again, I just don't have the attention span for stuff like that. Yeah, everything's better now, Silly Straw. Just shit got weird for a while. All right. Ooh. Don't know how well you can see that, but it's looking like a bruise forming there. Silly Straw, we are running some Maximit. Between the last session and this session. Fook, what's up? How you doing, man? This is where the vegan bacon is. Oh, Fook, man. Just been going through some shit. Fook, I haven't done a live stream or any videos in a couple of months, so I'm right there with you. Been going through some shit. Shit got real fucked up for a while. Seems to be better, but shit got real fucked up for a minute there. Yeah, it's just work got so bad that it fucked my mental health up for a while. Silly Straw, I work retail, man. I work in retail. I've been opening and it's been going real bad. So like I can't get anything right. So it's been really, really bad. Yeah. Yeah, I do wish Punisher could make it in here. It's all good, silly straw. I can't even imagine getting into the kind of stuff you're into. So State Farm shot me an email and they said, yeah, we're going with another candidate. And Sam's Club, which you'd think I'd be in good shape trying to apply to Sam's Club, they also said, no, thank you. Walmart, so far I've been checking Walmart periodically and they don't have any positions open that I am remotely qualified for near my house. Yeah, so we're going to give it a few minutes here to let my hand rest. Oh. Yeah, I mean, it's all right, Fook. Been talking to my psychiatrist or psychiatric help. We switched out meds. Turns out my vitamin D was at a 10 where it needed to be at a 50 or 60. So got the vitamin D horse pills that I'm taking every week, which is helping. And then I'm getting a shift change at work so that I can hopefully do better there and let somebody else take over the nightmare that is opening. And we'll see how that treats me. Joseph Stalin, what's up? How you doing? Hey, I'm passionate about not starving to death. And it's again, I wish somebody here knew more than I do about the Maximet, because I think what's happening here is carbides are being exposed as the steel wears back, and that's why we keep getting the 400s. Like, we have been in the same 400s for 3 hours now. Yeah, it's just the thing that's confusing me here. The thing that's confusing me here is we're not seeing any measurable wear. Well, no, silly straw. We have been bouncing around in the same part of the 400s for 1, 2, 3 hours. We have been bouncing between 486, 419, 423, 421, 445. Like we have been bouncing in the same area for like 3 hours now. It just doesn't seem to be wearing out past that point, which is again kind of leads me to wonder about the about the carbides. It's like Rex 121 that has carbides, so as the steel wears away, the carbides get exposed. Um, what the hell are you doing to it, silly straw? Because like we're just not getting the kind of wear that we should be getting. I mean, I'll probably give it another hour and then give it a rest because I don't know how much more my hand can take right now. Like my hand right here where I had the stripping wire may be what's doing it for you. The stripping wire may be what's doing it. I'm not sure very many knives will take that much wire stripping without showing some wear. But the callus that used to be right here is definitely gone now. My hand has gotten soft. Yeah, they're back to being baby hands. Yeah, silly straw, that may be where your edge issues are coming from. Yeah, it looks like D2 is a significantly tougher steel. Yeah, I like D2, but I've had so much bad D2 recently that I don't trust it anymore. Which is a shame. Yeah, Nitro V hung in there with D2 whenever I tested that. It did pretty good. See, we'll give it about 5 more minutes and then get back into it. Well, no, that's the thing is I've been sticking to brands that are pretty well known and brands that are fairly high end, or at least high end priced. Um, that Holtzman's is supposed to be really nice. The D2 sucked ass. The D2 on two separate QSP Penguins was absolute horseshit. Um, like it's been bad. Like the QSPs, those really surprised me. I got one QSP penguin from Amazon that was all fucked up, and then the second QSP penguin I got that was all fucked up was from Blade HQ. No, and like I talked to the QSP guys at Blade Show, and they didn't have a whole lot to say outside of, "Huh, that sounds weird." So yeah, and it's like the QSP, the both of them came out of the box like factory dull. It took next to no time to get too dull to cut cardboard, and then it would not fucking sharpen up worth a shit. Like it just would not take an edge. Well, yeah, and I'm not sure how you'd go in about inspecting the toughness of the steel consistently, or how good of an edge it takes. I'm not sure, but it's just catching two bad ones from two different places on two separate occasions. Like it's not a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. Yeah, it's disappointing. At least Blade HQ gave me a partial credit in return for the QSP being so bad. Because I was just reaching out to him to ask, hey, have you guys been getting complaints about this or anything like that, so that I have something to go on, or like if you guys had any problems here. It's the same thing with talking to QSP at Blade Show. Hey man, have you guys been having problems? Because this is what happened to me, and I'm assuming it has to be happening to more people. Yeah, well, I mean that was the thing with the Holtzmans is I believe they had the HRC advertised like at 58 or something like that, I think, and that D2 was absolute dog shit. Even going through and grinding a ton of it off to see if I could find good steel farther in there, just a whole bunch of nothing. Which I don't know if I've got the. Yeah. Yeah, I ground a lot of material off trying to get to where I had to try to get into good steel. It wouldn't take an edge. The pyrite was RPM 9, which also didn't do so good with the cardboard. It just did not like the cardboard at all. Jory Love Food Reviews, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, with D2, I'll take an honest HRC rating. Like the HX Outdoors, they advertised it at 56 HRC. It performed like it should at 56 HRC. I'm not offended by it because they were honest about what their HRC was. You know? Yeah, God knows what my kitchen knives are. All right, folk. Yeah, it was good to see you again, man. I hope you, hopefully your day goes all right. God damn it. Omar, what's up, man? How you doing? Thank you for that. I appreciate it. God, I miss Burger King. Ray, you got me thinking about Burger King. And unfortunately, we had a Burger King next to the house that I visited quite frequently. And unfortunately, they tore it down and replaced it with a bank. Like, fuck that bank, I want my Whoppers. Yeah, Wendy's is good, it's just way too fucking expensive. Like, they forgot their place. Yeah, go through the drive-thru at the bank. Where's my goddamn Burger King, you fucking charlatans? Well, Thomas, what's up? How you doing, man? I do not have any butterfly knives. Drakey Cakey, what's up? How you doing, man? Thank you for that. But no, like I don't really have much of a reason to own butterfly knives. Yeah, I don't want to learn how to fidget with a butterfly knife, I'll be honest. Like, I don't feel like carrying a trainer. Those things are dull, and even with a not trainer, I don't feel like cutting myself up. Like, the closest Burger King is too far away for me to be, for me to feel like it's worth driving to. Well, no, this is, I believe we're on the factory edge. This came to me secondhand. It was a gift from a friend, and I don't know how heavily used it was before I got it. No, it's not that the nearest Burger King is like an hour away. Like, I'm not that far out. I'm not out in the boonies. But it is, the nearest one is at a very, very, very busy intersection, and it's on the left-hand side on the corner of that intersection in a very, very it's not inaccessible, but it's very difficult to get to. And I'm never going the direction that I need to be to just hang a right into the parking lot. I am not paying for DoorDash. Like, no. Yellow Walt is still cutting nice, but part of that is you got pretty thin, slicey blade stock here. Pretty thin, not as thin as it could be. Come on. Yeah, I've got a Wendy's, a Taco Bell, and a McDonald's nearby, but Taco Bell's way too fucking expensive now. They forgot their place. McDonald's is expensive and no longer tastes good to me. It's just not that good anymore. Wendy's is also way the hell too expensive to drop by. I'm assuming it's a taco that picks up hookers. Yeah, and that's the thing is I'm not downloading a fucking app just to order from McDonald's. Fuck that. I'm not downloading an app for Wendy's. I'm not downloading an app for McDonald's. I'm not even downloading an app for where I work. Like I have to have one application to find inventory. But I don't have the loyalty rewards app or any of that shit cuz like no, fuck that. Yeah. So this is something that you should be able to buy on Blade HQ, Knife Center, just about anywhere. It's the Spyderco Manix 2 lightweight and Maximet steel. Words are hard. We have been cutting for 6 hours and some change, and we haven't sharpened it yet. Appreciate the gift, man. Thank you for that. Yeah, let me give you what this is in writing. Okay, so there you go. That's what the knife is. That's what you're looking for. Yeah, I've got Deadpool and Wolverine, and I still haven't watched it. TF2 Nerd, what's up? How you doing? Sandy Woods, what's up? We're not making anything. We're doing edge retention testing. We're looking to see how much cardboard we can cut up with this knife before the edge is just totally wrecked. No, I bought Deadpool and Wolverine on DVD. I just haven't watched it. Like, I've got a bunch of movies I bought that they're still completely wrapped, untouched. Brand spankers, and just haven't been able to sit down and watch a movie. I don't know, maybe it's just being online has ruined my attention span. Jade, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. The Funny Channel, what's up? How you doing? We're doing edge retention testing. Trying to see how long it takes to make this knife go dull. Dope. Beelzebub 422, what's up? How you doing? You're missing the 1200, the 1200, the 2000, and the 3000 grits. Ashley, I'm calling you what I can see on the screen because I won't remember shit else. But we're doing edge retention testing. We're looking to see how much cardboard we can cut up before the edge of this knife is just totally fucked up. And yes, cardboard will dull a knife out. This one is not going dull. I've been trying, but it's not going dull on me. Well, no, here's the thing. Like, we've done this for dozens of knives over dozens of weeks. I normally know what to expect for wear on the edge, but this one's just, it's not wearing. Oh, well, thank you for the gift, man. I appreciate it. Oh, man. Gotta tell you, we are into our 4th hour of doing this today. I wish I could, I wish I could articulate how boring the cutting part gets once you hit the point where you've been doing this for 4 hours. Jake W., what's up, man? Thank you for that. I like stealing you. What's up? Thank you for that. All right, yeah, thanks for the gifts, everybody. Sorry, I stopped to take a look at something on the old Gargle. Looking to see how similar this is to Rex 121, because I'm seeing very similar performance. And it feels very similar. Jake, this was a gift from a friend. Rump, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome. You can buy these on Blade HQ, Knife Center, I believe. If you look online, you can find them. But no, he gave this thing to me because he wanted to see me go through this and suffer. And I've hit the point where I'm into 3.5 hours of doing this today so far. It gets boring after a while. Wilderness Bushcraft, what's going on, my dude? Pinworm, what's up? How you doing? Hey, you don't gotta watch, but you're here. I'll tell you what, Wilderness, this Maximet is some bullshit, dude. This has been kind of nuts. Yeah, pretty sure Pinworm already left, dude. Boston Strong, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome. Harvey, what's up? Melissa Whitfield, what's up? How you doing? Maximet. We're on the Spyderco Manix 2 Lightweight and Maximet, which is the same one we were on before I disappeared from the face of the earth. Jake W., thank you for that, man. I appreciate it. But we're on the same blade we were before I disappeared for a couple of months, because we didn't actually finish this thing off, and I'm not sure we're going to finish this thing off, because for the last 3 hours, we have been in the 400s. Boston Strong, we are doing edge retention testing. Looking to see how much cardboard we can cut up before the edge on this thing is totally fucked up. And so far, it ain't letting go. We are into hour number 7 on this. Six and a half hours. 6.5 hours so far of cutting cardboard like this, and the edge still hasn't let go. I appreciate that, Jake W. Yeah, I got cat on unicorn fighting pug on narwhal. Like I said, this steel is fucking nuts. I never even figured out what the hell the deal with 6.7 was, but I'm also old. Oh, 67 likes. Gotcha. Adored Dalton, what's up? How you doing? Took me a second to read that. 69 likes. Nice. I appreciate you guys. But yeah, I never figured out what the hell the 6.7. Just a guest, what's up? How you doing, man? Now we're up to 72. Guys, we're doing good on the likes today. Jake, I enjoy Fortnite, but I'm medium trash at it. And I haven't played in quite a while, so I am fucking rusty as hell. Dark Al, what's up? How you doing, man? Yeah, right now when I play games, I break out the Switch, and I'm on the newest Katamari game. Brando, that's not good. Have you tried don't doing that? Felix Victor, what's up? How you doing, man? Yeah, I am unfamiliar with Celebrex. I gotta tell you guys, I don't want the steel to beat me, but my God. All right, Brando, enjoy laying down. I will catch you later, man. It's good to be back. Soul Scythe 3, what's up? Thank you for that, man. I appreciate it. Aww. Soul Scythe again. Thank you. So Soul Scythe coming in again. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very cool, man. Very cool. I got my emotional support caffeine, but I don't want to get into it yet. I hate when it does that. We're not making anything. We are doing edge retention testing. We're looking to see how much cardboard we can dice up with this thing before the edge is completely fucking wrecked. And things have quieted down, so we're apparently at the ASMR portion. Yeah, this thing is definitely one of the things that's a lot nicer than we normally use. We've got a Spyderco Manix 2 lightweight and Maximet steel. So pretty damn good knife with some really high-end steel. Hey, Woodinator. Yeah, I'm back, man. Sorry for the radio silence. Just been going through some shit, man. Work got real bad, and it really fucking tanked my, it fucking tanked my mental health, man. I just couldn't bring myself down here to do this. But Soulside 3, thank you yet again. Yeah, like I've hated missing all these live streams, and I've hated missing because like I've been carrying the same knife for the whole time I've been out, or the whole time I've been gone dealing with shit, so that I don't have a whole bunch of stuff that I don't remember what happened to go back and try to do videos on. But like I missed doing the live streams. Nah, just a guess, you didn't. You didn't. I just haven't been active. Soulside, I appreciate the sub, man. Thank you. Logan B, what's up? How you doing, man? I will definitely get them dogs covered up. You understand the sock game. Thank you for that, man. I appreciate it. All right, and we got our donut socks. Chef Rocky, what's up? How you doing, man? 16-month check-in, dude. Thank you for that. How are you doing, man? Yeah, Logan, like the sock game doesn't happen often, but when it does, it's pretty entertaining. Yeah, I don't know whether or not I would spend $5. Like, personally, I've handled so many of the Ozark Trail dropouts. I don't know whether or not I'd buy more of them for $5 at this point. Now, if you don't have one already, yeah, $5 ain't too bad. Even if the steel ain't that great, you can just toss it in a toolbox. I'm doing all right today, Chef Rocky. Things have been kind of wild, but I'm doing all right today. I don't know if you've been following the journey that I've been on with trying to get the wife's car fixed, but yeah, finally got the wife's car in the shop and figured out what's wrong with it. Thank God for small favors. just going to be into it about $700 for repairs. Yeah, hey, Woodinator, that's not too shabby. My wife's family, they do Christmas where the guys all buy stocking stuffers for like $10 or less. And there were some decent Bluetooth speakers at work on stupid clearance. So I picked up 4 of those. All right, Logan, thank you for that, man. I appreciate it. Sock game is alive and well. All right, socks are off. Hey, Woodinator, the resonator on the exhaust was completely clogged up. So it's sitting at the shop right now and waiting for me to get the parts, which I've got them ordered. So I can take the parts up there and have them put them on. Going through the dealership, the repairs would have been $2,300. All in. The resonator on the exhaust. But like going through the dealership for the parts would have made the repair $2,300. And I don't have that. Like, with what you guys have donated and me saving, I had about $1,000 to work with. So I was able to get the cost down to about $700. Logan, thank you for that again, man. Thank you. But I was able to get it down to $700, which was right about what I can afford to have done. I was hoping it was something simple like an electronics issue, like a code that had to be cleared or something like that, but no. Logan, thank you again. I appreciate it, man. We got the donut socks back on. Saints, EDC, and more. What's going on, man? But I had to order the parts off Amazon, and when they come in, I got to take them up to the shop and have them install them. And install the new resonator. And because I bought the parts off Amazon and didn't go through the dealership, they're not going to provide a warranty of any kind with it. It's an 06 Toyota RAV4. But the new resonator on Amazon was like $350. Which, the mild disappointment in the whole thing is if I knew what was wrong with it and I knew what part to replace, I probably could have done it myself. Ace on Knives, what's up? How you doing, man? Yeah, we're back. Like I was telling you guys earlier, man, work went real bad. It fucked my mental health up so bad that I couldn't bring myself down here to do this. Logan, I can't straight pipe it. So I take that back. It would be more expensive to straight pipe it than I'm doing with the new resonator. Yeah, it's good to be back, man. Like, I felt bad about not being down here doing this, but I just couldn't. Oh, God. One, I hate when it does this, and two, this is tearing my hand up so bad that it hurts like hell when it happens. Yeah, well, I mean, parts are already ordered. They're going in. I'm just looking forward to the wife being able to drive herself to places. Not because I hate taking care of her. Not because I hate doing stuff for her. But like when she's got to go to work and I got to go pick her up, I got to go pick her up well over an hour past when I'm supposed to be asleep for work. So that puts me going to sleep a couple hours too late. All right, Evil Twin, appreciate you being here, man. So when the cardboard is wrinkled up like this, it likes to fold over in the middle of a cut. And this cardboard's definitely all wrinkled up. It's not happy with life. And you know what I'm gonna do? We were still in the 400s last time we checked. We had just been kind of hovering. That being said, the part where my hand is taking the most beating is starting to hurt, and I'm about to put some padding on it. But no, it's staying in the 400s. Like we should be seeing more wear than we are, but it's staying in the 400s. Logan, I'm not too sure what all new is going on. Like this is like mostly a budget knife channel. And most of the channels, whatever I find on Amazon that looks interesting. So like I don't wind up to date on things that are happening as they happen. You know, the only reason we have this expensive bastard right here is it was a gift from a friend. Yeah, it's a Spyderco. This was a gift from a friend. That's the only reason we have this. Boston Strong, what's up? How you doing, man? Yeah, the majority of what we look at is stuff like this right here, the Best Techman Cicadas wing. Or, you know, we got the 704 gear Urban Ranger Light here. And this is more of the stuff we normally look at. I think I played Saints Row 3, whichever one was on Switch, which was okay. It's just the map on it's way too damn small. Yeah, I think the Best Tech Dundee is the one that partially deployed in my waistband and cut the hell out of me. But that was my fault for carrying it stupid. The spider codes that I've handled, we got this one, we got the 15V version, we got the Sage 5 and Rex 121, and we got the Tenacious. The Tenacious I like because it has a liner lock. I don't like the compression lock on the Sage 5, and I'm not a huge fan of the ball bearing lock on this, even though it's a competent lock. But they're okay by me. They're just really expensive. I'm okay with them, but they're not they either got a goofy lock that I'm not a huge fan of, or they're just too expensive for what they are. You know, 65 bucks for 8CR13, no thank you. David Morgan, thank you for the gift. Thank you for 100 on that. I appreciate it. Yeah, which one is that? The Tenacious? Talking about the Tenacious right here? Because this one is, it's okay. It's just, this is like a $30 knife that they sell for 65. It's 8CR13 for 65 bucks. Just do with that information what you will. All right, Logan, I appreciate you being here, man. Thank you for that. I'm not familiar with the K390, but I'm also not very well versed on stuff. I'm not an expert. I'm just a guy dicking around with knives in his basement. If that means anything to you. I'll tell you what, we are another hour in. Yeah, I'm curious to see how Schrade's doing today. Like, I'm curious to find out. Like, I got a soft spot for Schrade, but that doesn't mean they're making good stuff. China Star, it is acetone. Rubbing alcohol doesn't quite clean tape sticky gunk off anywhere near as well as acetone does. Aus 10 is some pretty good steel, but as we know, it depends on the heat treatment. Okay. But yeah, I haven't heard too many good things about New Schrade. Yeah, acetone dries pretty much instantly, dude. Acetone dries pretty much instantly. All right, we finally got a 513. Yeah, well, I mean, with Aus 10, if you can get enough cardboard, it's not that bad to do this with it. But still, you better be set up for a while. All right, we're finally seeing some wear. Yeah, more emotional support caffeine. Yeah, the Maximet's definitely a beast. We're pushing into the same territory as far as this particular test and this particular medium as MagnaCut did. But of course, the cardboard's a little bit different, so we got to take that into account. I don't like Ghost. Ghost makes me feel weird. Like, there's some weird, it's almost like I took a bunch of niacin. Like, I don't know if it's slam full of niacin or what, but it's not a comfortable feeling. But yeah, you don't necessarily have to stream. You don't necessarily have to stream dicing up a bunch of cardboard. But that's going to be push your camera's limits recording it and then fast forward through it for the video. And yeah, we're going to pick this back up in about 7 minutes and pick the testing back up and see how far we can push this. And then may have to try to sharpen it on the next stream. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, because I mean, you're looking at probably 3.5 to 4 hours of this kind of cutting before you run the edge totally dull. I don't know. I know Rockstar has a fruit punch, which ain't too bad. I'll tell you what I miss though. I miss the energy drinks granddaddy. I miss the Jolt Cola. Oh god, standing up hurts. Oh. Yeah, that's up to you. Or you can just cut up cardboard and then show video of the size of the pile. Like, you've seen what I do now. Yeah, I miss Jolt Cola. I wish they'd bring it back, but they won't. But like you've seen how I do. Like I'll show you a video. Like the follow-up video is gonna have the pile of cardboard that we cut up, and you may just do that. Just cut till the edge is wrecked, and then show video of the pile of cardboard you made, which would be a lot easier. Yeah, you guys, we are 5 hours into the live stream. WV dude, what's up? How you doing? I've got some I mix my own I mix my own juice up. So I've got vanilla bean ice cream and cinnamon Danish swirl here. And it's just nicotine. There's no THC in it. Thai Red Bull in a glass bottle. I would love to see that. But yeah, like I don't do THC. I can't even imagine trying to do this and add THC to that mix. God almighty, no. Yeah, Saints, I don't know how you travel for work and function like that, but at this point in my life, if I was single, yeah, maybe. Um, oh yeah, that's that rope there, which I plan on adding rope cutting to my testing. I plan on adding the rope to the testing. However, if say if I did this for a live stream, the live stream would be like we'd be done cutting in like 5-10 minutes, and then there'd be no more live stream. You know, we've done cardboard for all the knives we've done so far, and I'd like to stick with cardboard partly because it's the same test to put these knives up against each other with, and it also gives me a live stream and gives you guys a live stream that's longer than 30 minutes. I like doing these long live streams, although it takes a lot of work to do them. You know, with the rope, I don't want to have to clean up that rope afterwards. Well, we do what we do for the love of the game, Saints. Oh, man. All right. A little bit less than a minute to go. All right. Oh, nice, Saints. Yeah, hopefully the monetize helps you support the channel. I know, like, on a good month I'll pull in about $100. On a great month I'll pull in about 200. That being said, with how the live streams we're doing, it may take a couple months to pull in $100. Son of a diddly, I hate when it does that. But, you know, if I was doing this for the money, I definitely wouldn't be doing it no more. Like, I would love for the channel to help pay some bills. But, you know, the money that has come from the channel over the last couple of months since Blade Show, between that and what I've been able to put back myself, is what's paying for the repairs on the wife's car. So you guys have helped make that possible. Because otherwise, there's no way I could have afforded it. But we're finally about to get the car repaired after it's been sitting here for months waiting on it. Yeah, come to find out, the resonator on the exhaust was totally clogged up. So getting that replaced, and then the car should be drivable again, which I can't wait for. Like I said, it's an inconvenience. Like when I got to take the wife back and forth from work, and a lot of that is just the time she works. Going to pick her up from work afterwards usually puts me going to bed a couple hours late, and I got to be awake at 2 a.m. to get myself into work. And once my shift changes and I'm doing mids instead of opening, I'm not going to be able to take her to work and pick her up anymore. So the car needs to be fixed like now, because the shift change is happening in less than a week. Yeah, well, all I'm waiting on is for the parts to show up that I ordered off Amazon. If I had gone through the dealership for the part, then that repair would be $2,300. I can't do that, but going through buying the part off Amazon for like $350. Soldier, what's up? How you doing? Going through Amazon for the part's $350. It's another $250 to get the part installed for me. The only caveat to that is the shop where I'm having this done doesn't supply any kind of warranty for the part being bought off of Amazon and brought in there. Well, enjoy church, sir. Yeah, why did I agree to do this? Well, soldier, you're in the wrong place to talk to guys about going to church, man. This is no religion here. No religion, no politics. But yeah, like I wish I didn't have to spend $700. I wish it would have been something that could have been fixed through diagnostics and clearing codes, something like that. But I'm happy I was able to catch enough of a break that the money that I saved up will cover the repairs. Yeah, believe me, I can I can hardly wait. But the parts should be here. Amazon guesstimates the 19th to the 21st. I'm hoping it shows up on the earlier side because my shift changes on the 23rd, which is going to make everything significantly harder to do. Why did you get two S90V QSP Penguins? PC Rate, what's up? How you doing? Oh, gotcha, China Star. Soldier, we are doing edge retention testing. Damn it, I hate when it does that. We're looking to see how long we can cut up cardboard before the edge on this knife is just totally fucked up. And we got to stop and sharpen it. Which so far we've got 7 hours of doing this on this edge, and it still hasn't let go. Yeah, my better half isn't so much into knives. She's got a few that I gave her, but she's a... but, you know, those are some okay-ish knives. A couple of them are gas station specials that just look pretty. Also, Ace on Knives, that's pretty neat. Not necessarily how sharp they are, but how long the edge will hold up. But damn, Saints, that sucks. I haven't cut myself in a little while now. Knock on wood. Yeah, I like me some S35 VN. I don't have a ton of it in the collection, but I do like S35. That's CFT2. What's up? How you doing, man? Welcome. Yeah, this Maximet won't die. We are 7 hours in on this edge and it still hasn't let go. Oh. Yeah, dude, 7 hours, man. We did 3 hours before I kind of disappeared for a while, and we picked it back up again today, and I think we're 4 hours and a little over 4 hours into it today. Jake W, what's up? I think I started closer to 5, but I'm also on Eastern time. Let's see. Yeah, I started closer to 5. Honker Doodles, what's up? That is a pretty good screen name. I like that. I've got the FRN scales on the 15V version that we're gonna have to do. The FRN hasn't seemed to make my hand hasn't seemed to be worse on my hand than anything else. We'll see. But I think I've got a Swiss Army knife Tinker. I think that's the one I got. But I don't have that many Swiss Army knives, so I don't really have necessarily a favorite so much. Oh my God. Skylar Devins. No, I'm not tweaking. Pretty sure you are, though. When I'm tweaking, I've got my part-time job braiding your mom's pubic hair. You know, but that's only when I'm tweaking. I need the money. But I think I've done FRN scales with patterns on it. Yeah, we did the Sage 5 with the FRN scales. And the scales didn't affect me that much, but the compression lock did. The compression lock chewed my hand up. Oh, man. Yeah, the only reason my hand is sore right now is the callus that I've developed from doing this has had a chance to go soft. And yeah, G10 would be nicer than the FRN. The FRN scales just feel cheap. Like FRN just feels cheap. I don't care what knife it's on, it just feels cheap. Yeah, China Star buys a lot of stuff. Cannon, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, it's been a minute. Shit at work got real bad and it fucked my mental health up. So I ended up just offline for a while. This is my first time back in what, a couple of months now, something like that. Getting close to it. Art the Clown, what's up? How you doing? Saints, I appreciate the gift, man. Thank you. Hey, I'm happy to be back, man. This feels good. You know, the amount of time I spent cutting and not seeing the edge wear out has been interesting to say the least. Damn it. But it's good to be back. And of course, I've been on here and talking nonstop for the last like 5 hours and some change, so it's getting hard to keep talking, but that's okay. It's kind of part and parcel with the whole thing. The DW Boys 20, what's up? How you doing, man? Okay, we're going this way. I'm not exactly sure what the jewels do either. I'll be honest, I'm not 100% sure. I haven't really figured that out. I think the jewels might be worth a penny each, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure, Saints. I am not sure what they are. I said I'm not sure what they are. Like, they haven't been very clear on what they are. The Jester 693. I get my knives mostly from Amazon, Blade HQ, and Knife Center, sometimes Midway USA. This one was a gift from a friend. Okay, for creators, these gifts translate into earnings in the form of rubies, which are paid out as regular YouTube earnings. Yeah, because, but yeah, like, so under a certain price point, I don't have a problem with shopping on Amazon. But once you start reaching like $100 or something like that, then it's like, I'm gonna go through Blade HQ for that and know that I'm getting something legit. Just so I don't wind up buying a clone or a counterfeit and not be aware of it. And we have hit the ASMR portion of the stream. Oh, gotcha, Jester. All right. Oliver's Aviation, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome. All right, Saints. Appreciate you being here, man. We'll see you later. All right, guys. Well, it looks like the stream has died down, so I'm going to go ahead and sign out. I've marked the time down that we have done, so we can come back and pick this back up and finish it off later. But yeah, everyone that's still here, thank you for being here. I'm going to sign out, and I guess we'll see you on the next live stream. All right, y'all have a great day.